Yeah.
Well?
Well, I tried all sorts of things. I did...
Oh, Henry. All I can do now is pray to the...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
God, you look terrible. Did some... God be with you.
Hey, lad! Don't you want a little wager on the...
Good day.
I've got some goods here.
All right. Good luck, then. Welcome, Henry.
I've got some goods here.
All right. God be with you.
Damn.
welcome, Henry. God watch over you. Good night, especially in the...
How are things going here?
Quite well. It's a lot of work. But I have a feeling Johanka and Brother Nicodemus showed me what to do.
Sounds good.
I have a roof over my head, enough to eat, and they even pay me. It's really quite fun.
I'm glad to hear it.
No, everyone is... It's sweet of you to care. God be with you.
Sir, I am...
Henry of Skalitz, from the garrison of the Royal... I've heard a lot about you, my son.
Bishop Yaroslav? Sir? My lord, to what do I owe your interest in my humble self?
I was told you survived the massacre in Skalitz and warned the Townburg garrison. You tracked down the raiders of a stud farm in Neuhof, wasn't it? To their hideout in the woods. And then you led Sir Radzig and his armed company there and joined bravely in the skirmish, and even killed their notorious leader by your own hand. And I believe you have many other deeds to your name. That's quite remarkable, considering your age, is it not?
Well, you're too kind, Monsignor. I'm just trying to do what's right, and what's needed.
Quite rightly, too, my son. I expect we'll be hearing more about... But I assume you didn't come here to exchange pleasant...
No, Monsignor, you're quite right. I'm here about Johanka.
Naturally. I'd be quite surprised if it were otherwise. So, tell me what's on your mind.
Why did you have her imprisoned?
Because she broke the promise she made to me and persisted in actions that bear the signs of heresy.
How did you find out about it?
Word came to me of what was happening here. That some young girl was claiming to speak for the Blessed Virgin. I traveled here immediately, as my duty demanded, and observed events in Sasau incognito, in order to examine the matter at first hand.
I see. And what will happen to Johanka now?
I must weigh the gravity of her transgressions and investigate these alleged visions of hers. I consider it very improbable that she is indeed being visited by the Blessed Virgin. Nevertheless, I cannot at this time rule it out entirely.
So you think it could be true? In that case, Johanka hasn't done anything wrong.
It's not that straightforward. Even if her visions were real, she was at fault for interpreting them as she saw fit and preaching to the people.
So you decide just like that? But you don't even know Johanka.
I certainly do not decide just like that. I'm thoroughly examining the entire matter, and you would be well advised not to question my authority. I will call Johanka and the witnesses, question them, and then pronounce a verdict.
And if you decide she's guilty, will you have her burned at the stake?
Good gracious, no. I have no wish to see her die. As St. Augustine said, heretics should be saved, not put to death. The triumph of the Church is their salvation, not their death, even if they deserve it. If I find her guilty of any heresy, she will be punished, but the severity of her punishment will depend on her will to repent and make amends.
I see. And will there be anyone there to defend Johanka?
Do you doubt my judgment?
I would never be so bold, sir. But surely it would be only just that someone should speak for Johanka about all her good deeds and so forth?
Naturally, I will also question those who would speak in her defense. Since you are interceding, I expect you have someone in mind?
Yes. Actually, me.
as I surmised. But this matter does not directly concern you. Why should I allow you to appear before the court?
Johanka is my neighbour, and I have a Christian duty to come to her aid. I can't just stand by and do nothing.
I have to concur with you on that. Your concern seems sincere, so I will grant your request. Very well. You will defend Johanka. You may speak in her defense if you so wish, and you may also bring witnesses. I will question any such witnesses, and naturally I shall question Johanka too.
Thank you, Monsignor. In that case, I'll need to speak to Johanka first.
That won't be possible. It's forbidden by the Inquisition procedure. Until the entire matter is resolved, Johanka can speak only to me, and no one else.
But I have to talk to her. How can I defend her otherwise?
No, you are strictly forbidden to speak with her. I have already conceded to something that is quite beyond normal practice. Bear that in mind. I would like to expedite the matter. The trial will take place in Sassaw Church in 3 days' time at the latest. Come and let me know when you're ready to proceed. In the meantime, I will continue my investigation.
Very well, Monsignor. I had better get on with it then, sir. Farewell.
Before you go, you know Johanka longer than anyone else. You spent a lot of time with her, as I've discovered. Tell me, my son, truthfully, what do you think of this whole affair?
Johanka helped a lot of people. She worked her fingers to the bone helping Brother Nicodemus with the sick and injured.
That is certainly commendable. What else can you tell me about her?
She's worried about Matthias. He's from Skalitz too, and she's very fond of him. But he was wounded in a raid on Merhojed recently, and since then he's been lying in a fever. Johanka believes that if she does what the Blessed Virgin wants of her, Matthias might be healed.
Interesting. Anything else?
Johanka is an honest girl, and virtuous. She's a good Christian, who attends church and thinks of others.
Good. Please continue.
About the Virgin Mary? I believe the Virgin does visit her. Johanka is honest. She wouldn't lie about such a thing. And the things she says sound truthful and compelling. It really does seem like a heavenly revelation. Who else could it be from? But the Virgin Mary.
The origin of these so-called visions of hers must be investigated. But thank you for your candor. Is there anything else you can tell me?
That's about all I can tell you.
You speak of her as if she should be beatified. I find it hard to believe she's as saintly as all that. I have a feeling you're hiding something from me.
Well, before, in Skalitz, Johanka was sort of, well, just a simple village girl. I never imagined I'd hear her talking the way she does now. She's completely transformed.
A simple village girl. I see. Do continue.
Maybe. She didn't treat everyone equally. She took better care of her former Skalitz neighbours than of the other patients, of course.
It's understandable, yes. Some people are dearer to her than others, but whether by doing so she sinned. Anything else, Henry?
That's about all I can tell you.
Thank you, my son. One more thing before you go. Let me remind you that it's your Christian duty to report anything suspicious going on concerning the Church and the true faith, if you're aware of anything of the sort in these parts. If you prove yourself a commendable servant of the Church, I would also take that into account in judging Johanka's case.
All right, Monsignor. I'll bear that in mind.
Take care now.
Let's hope there's no trouble today.
Brother Nicodemus,
You've heard something?
the Inquisitor has decided that Johanka will be but he's agreed that I can defend her.
That's really quite unusual. It must mean he has...
Yes.
I'm afraid it may not be that. The thing is, I expect Johanka will say this.
What are you saying?
Well, I've been thinking about what she's been saying, and it seems to me her preaching has a certain progression. Are you acquainted with the notion of the three orders of man?
Not really, no.
It's like this. It's said that everyone has their God-given place and purpose on earth. laboratores, oratores, and bellatores, those who work, those who pray, and those who fight. The common folk are born to work, to reap the fruits of the earth, and to obey the laws of God and man. It is the purpose of the nobles to protect the people and the church against all dangers, and to maintain peace and justice on earth. And the church, in turn, has the task of caring for the spiritual welfare of all, ensuring the salvation of their souls and bringing solace to the people in times of hardship, so that they can endure their earthly trials and enter the kingdom of heaven.
But what's all that got to do with Johanka?
Well, I noticed in her first sermon she primarily addressed the concerns of the common folk, and in the second she criticized the nobility.
Ah. So you think she might start talking about the church?
Yes, I'm afraid she might. I dread to think how that might end up. Henry, you must warn her against that. She must show humility before the Inquisitor, and the wisest course would be to admit to being wrong. She's rather stubborn, but perhaps she'll listen to you.
But the Inquisitor said no one's allowed to see her.
No one except the Inquisitor's own men. You'll just have to think something up. I'm afraid Johanka's fate is mainly in your hands now. I'm relying on you. May the Lord watch over you.
I can't. I just can't.
Witnesses can be summoned for Johanka's trial, so I wanted to ask you if you'd give a testimony. Maybe some learned speech in her defense?
I'd be glad to do it. Johanka deserves my help. Such testimonies could carry a lot of weight. You should try and get as many as you can. Take care now.
Adela, the Inquisitor is going to try Johanka in court.
Oh, Lord. I hope she's acquitted. I was absolutely devastated when they took her away.
I need people to speak in her defense, and I'd like to ask you to do it.
I don't want to go there. Really. I'm afraid of that Inquisitor. But you helped me, and so did Johanka. It's only right that I should try and help her. But what am I supposed to say there? I'm just a simple village girl. I don't know anything about these things.
That doesn't matter. You just be yourself. It should be enough to talk about all the good Johanka does here, and how she helps others. I'll send for you if you're needed.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Take care now.
God be with you, lad.
I need something from you. I suppose you heard that Johanka was locked up by the Inquisitor and is facing charges of...
I did. And it's most disturbing.
What you might not know is that he's agreed that I can defend her.
You? Do you even know what...
Well, I'm preparing for it. I'll think up something, don't worry. But I need you to testify at the court. In Johanka's defense, of course.
Naturally. You don't think I could just sit... Besides, the bishop has already insisted...
Oh. All right.
One moment. I apologize if I was a little... I appreciate that you want to defend her. However, I don't think it... No offense, but I don't think you'll be able to achieve anything in court. I'm afraid the Inquisitor will judge... But I have an idea how you could help.
Oh? How's that?
Flee. With Johanka, of course.
Huh. You might be right.
Johanka is being held at the rat house, isn't she? You could pass yourself off as one of the Inquisitor's men. Get in there at night.
I don't know. Sounds very risky. If I were caught...
Think about it. But whatever you decide, if Johanka comes to any harm, you'll have me to answer to. I'm very fond of her, and her of me, and I don't want anything to... But if everything ends well...
I found this document in the woods by Sasau. Careful, it's a bit bloody.
Don't tell me those fools got themselves. To hell with it. And did you come across any...
Yes. They're finished.
There now. It's not such a fuck-up after all. Here's some money for you. It was supposed to be for those idiots, but it seems they asked for 100
I know about you and her.
Oh? What exact... You'd better be very careful.
I know you're a married man, but you haven't always been entirely faithful to your wife. And you had to pick Johanka. I know all about it. Johanka was feeling vulnerable when it was all too much for her. That's all. She and Matthias care for each other, so leave them alone. She doesn't want to have anything more to...
How dare you speak like that to a noble? You, a blacksmith's brat. If you weren't in Lord Copula's charge, I'd have you whipped for your lies and dragged back. But whoever you might be hiding behind, next time... Now get out! Farewell. Got bellyache, have you? That's nasty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here you are, and good health. I'll be back in 2 shakes.
Goodman Pavel, you're still here.
I'll bring it
That's
right
a relief.
away.
Henry, what would you like from me? Maybe you'd like to rob me of what I have left.
What on earth do you mean?
You stole half of the money you were supposed to donate. You robbed me, lied to me, and
You're accusing me falsely. I donated the money I found in the place you described, and it wasn't easy to...
You mean half of the money I put there?
Half?
A tankard here.
What are you saying?
Don't think you can fool me. When it comes to coin, my memory is flawless. I remember exactly how much.
Well, then someone must have found it earlier and take...
Someone finds treasure and takes only half? Very fishy.
No, not at all, actually. A lot of footpads think if they leave 1 groschen for every groschen they steal, it will absolve them of their sin, and they can line their purses with a clean
Well, all right, Henry. I admit.
Good. Right, now we've got that. The Inquisitor has locked up Johanka. I'd like to ask you to speak to the court in Johanka's defense.
Of course, Henry. You have my word. But to speak in defense of someone accused of heresy is no small matter. What do you want me to say?
The same thing you told me. That it was a sacred sign that you happened to be nearby when...
True. I'll tell the bishop.
Thank you very much. Please wait here a few more days.
All right. For Johanka's sake, I'll wait. Take care.
Yeah. Yeah. Master Bailiff?
I know.
Oh? What did he want?
Various things. Like how things are here, whether people are honest, whether we observe the fest days, and so forth. And then he asked about Johanka, about what she preaches. He's been talking to a lot of other people in Sasau too. I even heard that Katra, the swordsmith's wife, invited him to dine with them.
That's interesting. Thanks for telling me. Was he just asking questions, or does he want you to testify before the court?
Yes, he did ask me to testify.
I see. And what are you going to say?
It depends what I'm asked, but there's not much I can say. She seems virtuous and self-sacrificing to me. She's never done anything wrong, and no one here ever had a cross word to say about her, until recently. Maybe some gossip about her and Sir Sebastian. But I've heard similar talk about half the women folk here.
Johanka has helped a lot of people here, selflessly. Her heart isn't...
True. But folk have been falling out. They're split, according to... I don't know quite what to think of it myself. But I don't want to jump to...
Couldn't you add something good to your testimony for Johanka?
What? Are you trying to bribe me to commit perjury? Yeah.
Good Lord, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I expressed myself back. What I was trying to say, rather clumsily, is that I'd be very glad if you were to speak on Johanka's behalf.
Well, I'll overlook your clumsiness then.
Thank you, Master Bailiff.
Goodbye. Welcome, Henry.
God's blessings.
I need your help with something. I'm sure you've heard. Johanka.
Who hasn't? The whole of Sasso is talking about it.
I'd like to ask you to appear before the court.
I understand, but I don't want to show my face there. Never mind speak for Johanka. What with her being a heretic, see?
People and their evil tongues. But I understand. It's a tricky business.
Take care.
Father, the Inquisitor has had Johanka thrown in jail.
I know, son.
He's planning a hearing.
Rightly so. It's about time this whole matter was dealt with.
What do you think about it, then?
As I say, it's a good thing that the matter is being investigated. The things Johanka has been preaching are, to say the least, who knows what these dreams are that she speaks of. And her words are only putting ideas in people's heads and leading them astray. Now, instead of going to church, as they should, it's creating a chasm between the people and the church and leading them away from the true teaching left to us by Christ.
But Johanka is no heretic. She's a good... I'll defend her.
Suit yourself. But mind you don't get in and leave it to the bishop to judge the matter.
Of course.
God be with you. Who's there?
Hey, clear off. No one's allowed to talk to you. Bishop Yaros.
I know. I was just testing you. And you passed. I'm with the bishop's entourage, and I'm here...
In that case, you surely know that everyone who comes from...
Good, good. Your diligence is commendable.
Sorry, sir. We'll have to go and get it. I wouldn't want to anger the Monsignor.
Of course. And you can actually...
A little, sir, yes.
Very wise. You're clearly the right man for... Very well. I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Cucumbers, asparagus and prunes.
Yeah.
I'm here about your
You're that fella of hers, are you?
No. I'm just a friend of her.
Huh. God knows how many she has.
I heard you invited Bishop Yaroslav?
Yes, so what? Bishop Yaroslav is an esteemed visitor to Sasau, and it's only fitting he should be suitably hosted by devout burghers.
And what did you talk about?
What we discussed with the Monsignor is none of your business.
What have you got against Johanka?
Nothing. The question is, what has she got against us? Tell me that.
What?
She turns up here and tries to tell us how to live our lives. Says the Virgin. I'd like to know who's really putting those ideas. She's just getting people all worked up. Men, Sasau is a decent, orderly place, I'll have you know. We don't want any trouble here. No one is interested in what she has to say. She ought to have thought twice before she started. Not that she wasn't warned.
What do you mean, warned?
As I said, she was told.
Damn it, woman, tell me what you meant by that.
I didn't mean anything by it.
Out with it!
If you must know, some of the fellas went to have it out with her and tell her to stop. But would she listen? No.
So it was you who sent those men?
All I wanted was to protect the sat, and I'll do just that. The Monsignor...
And I'll do likewise. Farewell.
Go. God bless. Are you all right. Good luck then.
Yeah! Yeah.
It'll certainly be a...
Hey, put that away before I lose my temper.
Yeah.
Here's the document. See?
Show me that? That's fine. Thank... Good luck, then.
Johanka, are you alright?
Yes, Henry. I'm fine. I'm glad to see you.
I spoke to the Inquisitor. He wants to put you on trial.
I know. It's all in God's hands.
No, it's not. I mean, it is, of course. But the bishop...
You want to defend me? Thank you, Henry, that's very kind of you. But you needn't bother. Our Lady won't let anything bad happen to me. I am her instrument, and I am completely in her hand.
I won't stand by with my arms folded. You need someone to testify. As I said, I will...
If you insist. Maybe it's the will of the Virgin that you came to me. So be it then.
I went to Ujits, like you asked.
That's good, Henry. I hope you purged your...
I did the pilgrimage of penance, like you said. And in the church...
And she will bless you, Henry. You're a good man.
I won't. I made a donation to the church.
Was he?
Oh, just about everything that's going on, and he was quite moved by it, to tell the truth.
You see?
What did Bishop Yaroslav ask you about?
All sorts of things. Like how the Virgin Mary visits me. Actually, he asked me about Skalitz, whether I go to church, and a lot of other things. But I couldn't obey an order like that. The Blessed Virgin is testing me, and I have...
I'd say he wasn't too happy about that.
No. He came there with his men, dispersed the people, and had...
About that trial?
Yes.
I'll get some people who will testify for you in court. But Brother Nicodemus is worried you'll say things that will make the Inquisitor... You have to talk to him respectfully, answer his questions, and don't say anything against the church or priest.
I'll say only what the Blessed...
Johanka, please. You mustn't say anything against him or the church. I don't think the Inquisitor is so bad. If you...
You too now. You're speaking exactly the same as his assistant.
I've nothing to do with him. I didn't even know...
You don't believe me anymore.
I do, Johanka, I believe you. But in court, you must speak reasonably.
I appreciate your concern for me, Henry, really. I do. Not now. After everything that's happened,
But you have to consider yourself and what's good for you. Surely you don't want to be convicted of heresy? That won't do anyone any good. Neither you...
I've already told you. Everything is in the hands...
Oh, Sakra. This is going to be a right mess. Johanka, I really don't think this is going to end well. We can flee. I'll lure the guard away. We'll run far from here, where no...
No, Henry. I can't do... The Blessed Virgin led me here. And here, I won't run away like a...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I spoke to Johanna.
And did you manage?
I'm afraid not. She's stubborn. She says she answers only...
Oh dear, Henry. That's not good at all. What about her family? Doesn't she have a relative she...
No. None of them survived the raid.
She has no one at all left in the world?
It's done.
Did you weed the beds?
I may have picked...
If it's only a couple, I'm going to check with... Take care now.
How do I know which are...
You see, this is the part where you learn something. Look in the herbarium to find out what a dandelion...
Where is it they're not?
Between the mint and the eyebrow.
God be with you.
Monsignor, I've heard of various
Very good, my son. Please.
A demon's skull was found.
Yes. Tell me what you know about...
It was a deception, sir. Someone made it with evil in... I found the skull and brought it to the local knacker. He confirmed it was a human skull.
You did the right thing, Henry. It uncovered...
There are interesting things.
In the monastery.
The monks in the monastery are very concerned with the election of the new abbot.
But how do you know? How does a servant of the royal hetman come by knowledge?
I caught wind of it. I heard it from a novice, that the brothers were sending out at night to buy wine for them.
I see. And what was...
Nevlas.
Do you take me for a fool? There's no such... The prior informed me that someone recently infiltrated the monastery with the aid of a... And his description of the intruder fits you. Is there anything you...
Oh, shit. But, Monsignor, it's not like that.
And indeed you will. And you'll have... May the Lord...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I have to eat something. My insides are shriveled up with the hunger.
Yeah.
Where's Johanka?
Why weren't you there, Henry? You abandoned her in her darkest hour when she needed... Without your help, there were very few people to speak in her defense. I tried talking to the Inquisitor, but it was... Johanka stuck obstinately to the truth as she saw it. The Inquisitor found her guilty of heresy and sentenced her to have her tongue cut out. It was too much for her.
What about Matthias?
He's gone too. He relapsed and succumbed to the fear. I took both their bodies to Rovna secret as a heretic. By rights, I pray the Lord in his infinite mercy. Take care now.
I won't get any sleep. I just won't get any sleep.
Here's a document.
Show me that? That's fine. Take care.
Johanka, are you all right?
Yes,
I spoke to the Inquisitor.
I know.
No, it's not.
You want to... Our Lady... I am her
But I won't stand by with my arms folded. You need, as I said.
If you insist. Maybe it's the will of the Virgin that you came...
What did Bishop...
All sorts of things. Like, actually. But I could...
I'd say he wasn't...
No.
I went to Ujit.
That's good.
I won't.
Was he?
Oh, just about... He was quite moved by it, to tell the truth.
You see?
About that...
Yes.
I'll get some people... You have to talk to... And don't say anything against...
I'll say only...
No, fine, if that's how you want it. But if you annoy him, you'll make it worse for yourself, and me too.
I know. But I will fulfill the task she gave me. And then she'll heal Matthias. That's all that matters.
Oh, Sakra. This is going to be a right mess. I spoke to you.
And did you
I'm afraid not.
Oh dear. What about her
No.
She has no... May the Lord watch over you.
Monsignor, Johanka is just a simple village girl from
They are. The mission of the Inquisition, and however trivial, this matter has a broader significance.
What broader significance?
No offense, but these things can't easily be explained to an uneducated boy like you. Still, I'm pleased. Unfortunately, I don't have time for this now. If you really want to know more, after all, it is also our duty to guide others through the...
But Johanka was visited by the Virgin Mary.
We only have her word for that. And even if her visions were real, she was at fault.
But how? If the Virgin Mary...
As it says in Galatians, but though we, or an angel from heaven...
I think...
Good.
Monsignor...
Very good. Please.
Well, the parish priest in Ujits is not that he's a bad person, not at all. He takes good care of his flock now. It's just that he drinks quite a lot. In fact, he's even... And,
That distresses me. All the more so because what you describe isn't at all unique. Thank you for telling me, Henry. Matters like...
some women in Ujits went to the herbalist for then they went to the woods, smeared this ointment.
What? Witchcraft? God have mercy. They must be brought to justice. Who is this herbalist?
Old Gertrude. She lives in the woods by
Thank you for telling me. Once I...
A demon's skull.
Tell me what you know.
It was a deception. I found the skull and brought it to...
You did the right thing.
There are interesting...
In the monastery.
The monks in the...
But how does a servant of the royal hetman come by knowledge of the confidential affairs of the Brotherhood of Monks?
I caught wind of it. I heard it from a novice that the brothers were sending out at night to buy wine for it.
I see.
Siskin.
There is a novice of that name at the monastery. I shall have to speak to the... Thank you for bringing this to...
That's all, Monsignor.
All right, Henry. Thank you.
I'm ready, Monsignor.
Excellent. I have also completed my investigation. We may commence then with the proceedings?
Yes.
Good. I will send for everyone who is to bear witness and have Johanka brought before the court. We'll commence first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. These are solemn proceedings that demand a certain decorum. I won't tolerate any clanking armor or otherwise inappropriate attire. You will wear this robe.
Of course. Thank you, Monsignor.
Very well. Rest now, and we'll meet. Take care. Let us begin. I, Bishop Yaroslav of Benishov, by the grace of God, Papal Inquisitor, have come here to Sasau in response to reports of Marian visitations and the preaching activities of one Johanka, a commoner. And I have found indeed that by her arbitrary word she's been leading good people astray and encouraging their rebellion against their betters. Furthermore, Johanka has attempted to usurp the glory that belongs alone to Holy Mother Church, and to appoint herself as an intermediary of the wisdom and grace of Almighty God. This does not behove any lay person, and certainly not a woman. It is therefore necessary to remedy her transgressions, and to investigate the extent and the basis of her misguidance. Or, as the case may be, heresy. Henry of Skalitz has elected to appear here in Johanka's... Anyone who elects to... I will first hear the testimony of Father Fabian, who sent me word of this matter. Father Fabian, will you tell us what Johanka has...
Johanka claims that she has received visitations from Our Lady. It is an outrageous claim that I hold to be entirely untrue.
And did Johanka come forward to ask your advice regarding these alleged apparitions?
She did not. Instead, she took it upon herself to spread her supposed wisdom to the people.
And prior to this, did Johanka attend...
I did not, Monsignor. What's more, the parish priest of Skalitz is staying at my presbytery just now. Johanka knows him well enough, but she didn't come to see even him. I believe Johanka is deliberately avoiding the church. Instead, she made everything up, or the devil...
If I may, Monsignor, the Virgin Mary really does speak to Johanka.
Is that so?
It couldn't be the devil. Johanka lives at the monastery, doesn't she? Close to the cave of St. Procopius. St. Procopius, who overpowered the devil and cast him down, did he not? The evil one would hardly dare return to the dominion of the saints to whisper in your... Surely that's obvious.
It's true, Henry, that evil spirits, or even Lucifer himself, would have little power in the vicinity of the remains of St.
But the fact that she lives at the monastery doesn't mean that she is not misguided. What's more, she is an interloper there herself, who would not even be tolerated if it weren't for Brother Nicodemus.
Yes, Father. I am aware of the impropriety of her presence in the monastery grounds. But...
Monsignor, would you please hear the testimony of the respected... He will testify that Johanka isn't making anything up.
Well, I'm very curious what... Call Pavel of Kolin... I'm a little surprised to find a counselor of Colleen here, especially you, who makes no secret of your animosity towards Sasau Monastery.
True. Although I have only criticized the monastery in secular matters of property, which concerned a dispute with the town of Colleen, and therefore my duties as a counselor.
Pavel, please tell us about your recent experience.
I'm all ears, Goodman.
Monsignor, some years ago I hid some money in Sasau woods. When I found myself here again recently and heard Johanka's words, I remembered that matter. Johanka made me aware of my inordinate love of wealth, and I resolved to donate the money in question for the common good of Sasau. For this, I needed an honest intermediary who would locate the money. In this too, Johanka helped me by putting me in touch with Henry here. By the grace of God, he found the long-lost treasure and donated it for the good of Sasau. The whole matter I regard as the intervention of the Holy Spirit.
An interesting tale, Goodman Pavel.
Not only that, it's also evidence of divine providence, and that Johanka isn't making anything up. She wasn't possessed by an evil spirit. On the contrary, Our Lady really did speak to her.
I must concur with that, Monsignor, because I was subsequently also visited in a dream by the Virgin Mary.
What? You too?
Yes. She appeared in a blue cloak and waved to me.
Do you swear that what you say is true, Pavel?
I swear by Almighty God, Monsignor.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Very well, Goodman. Thank you for your...
Even if it were true, why would Our Lady choose a simple village girl like Johanka?
Monsignor, with your permission, I'd like to draw attention to the work of the great scholar Matthew of Yanov. He exalted women like Johanka. He said that God created what is weak in order to bring shame on what is strong. That's why God turns to women who love Christ and blesses them with such visions, so that they can point out and rectify the vanities of men. It can't be heresy if the learned masters of universities write such tracts.
What you say, Matthew's work, which you mentioned, does speak to Johanka's benefit, but I wouldn't have expected that someone of your station has even heard of the Master of Yanov. How did you come by...
Well, Johanka pressed me to go on a pilgrimage of repentance. I went to Uzhitz, where there is a Marian church, and there, the parish priest gave me a copy of the text.
That's surprising indeed. Especially that you are at all capable of reading such a work and understanding it. You're quite a fountain of unexpected skills, Henry.
Thank you, Monsignor.
Let's proceed then. Is there anything else you want to add, Henry?
Yes. Please call Brother Nicodemus.
Certainly. Nicodemus, for some time it was only at your request that Johanka, against all accepted custom, was allowed inside. I've already spoken to Abbot Peter about her, but please tell...
Monsignor, I must stand behind Johanka. The girl is a treasure. Selfless, charitable, and good-hearted. She helped more people here than anyone else. I have never seen her do anything that would contradict the behavior. She never discussed questions of faith with me. She was always focused only on her work.
And afterwards, when she began making claims...
Yes. The things she preached couldn't have come from any of the brothers, or from books, because she can't read. Therefore, I believe the
Nonsense. She made the... or someone did prompt her. You're very keen to defend her, brother. It makes me wonder whether she didn't get her wisdom from you.
I already said she got none of it from me, and I would never lie before all... But it seems to me it's the inadequate education of the good parish priest here that's behind his...
What? Am I to be criticized by someone who's more a gardener than a scholar?
Father Fabian, let Nicodemus speak. And you?
Certainly, Monsignor. Please allow this humble gardener to put the good priest right, because he evidently knows nothing of the fact that other women before Johanka had similar experiences. Blessed Hildegard of Bingen also had similar visions. And what about St. Bridget, or Elizabeth of Schurnau, or Catherine of Siena? Like them, Johanka here only humbly spreads the message of Our Lady. Please do not condemn Johanka, Bishop Yaroslav. In my...
Thank you, Nicodemus. Your plea is very bold. But what you say about Hildegard, you can rest assured I will consider... Fabian, have you had trouble with heretics before, or had any suspicions of heresy here?
Not much, Monsignor. Now and then there have been traveling preachers and various charlatans here and there. Although, I did recently get reports that there were members of the Waldensians...
Waldensians? So there have been heretics concealed here. So, it cannot be ruled out that Johanka also... Thank you, Father Fabian.
I'm glad to have been of...
I thank you also, Brother Nicodemus. Call Hoshek, bailiff of Sasau. Bailiff.
Well, there have been cumin and all sorts of bands of footpads and brigands. And recently, a few troublemakers were killed near the monastery gate.
Murder? It's a clear indication that something is rotten in the district. And what of Johanka, bailiff?
I couldn't tell you much about her. I hardly know her. She hasn't broken any laws, and folks speak well of her. Although it's true, things have been a bit tense.
Continue.
Quite a lot of people have been going to her since she started with that preaching. Some are, from what I heard, they bring her small gifts or ask for her advice.
Sacrilege! People coming for blessings and bringing her gifts. That has all the makings of a cult.
Oh, I don't know, Monsignor. But it's true. They met outside town, too. And nothing serious happened, though. Fellas punching each other in the mouth. If you... Well?
Thank you, bailiff. And you, Henry. You've been around Johanka more...
Well, they come to her, yes. But when someone comes to her, she tries to help them.
Henry, I
do.
All right.
Yes, Monsignor. She amended her life and doesn't live in sin anymore, all but her testimony will show that Johanka is an exemplary Christian.
All right. Adela, until recently you were living in...
Yes.
And how did you make a living there?
I served at the baths.
Is that all?
No. Sometimes I went with the fellow, but I don't do it anymore. I swear, I changed my ways on account of Johanka and Henry.
You're saying you simply gave up your...
Yes. Henry convinced...
Very well. And since you left Ledechko, have you...
Well...
And with whom did you...
With... Henry.
Well, well. So Henry leads loose women to the path of righteousness.
It wasn't quite like...
Quiet! Adela, answer me. You're living with Johanka now, yes?
Well, they come with all sorts of problems. Some want just advice. They believe she's a...
So, Johanka...
No! It's not like that. Johanka doesn't bless the things they bring. She gives them out to the sick and wounded. She doesn't keep anything.
You swear?
Yes. I swear to it all,
All right. Now I wish to question Katra. Bring her here. Katra, you are a respected townswoman who has a good overview of what goes on in Sasau. As you told, will you tell me now, what...
Yes. Johanka has been putting ideas into people's heads and causing chaos. What right has she to preach to us? A simple girl like that. As if we were bad people here. And she herself is a sinner. And an adulterer. A loose woman she is, who goes with anyone. And even fornicated with the custodian, Sir Sebastian.
Forgive me, Monsignor, but Katra isn't telling the whole truth.
What do you mean, Henry?
She's the one who set a band of thugs on Johanka, several times, to cause trouble for her and threaten her. She wanted to drive Johanka out of town. That's not the deed of a good Christian, plotting intrigues like that. She admitted it all to me.
Is that true?
I only did what was necessary to stop her from bringing us to harm.
Monsignor, you can see yourself that Katra holds a grudge against Johanka.
Yes. I must agree with Henry. In view of your apparent antagonism towards Johanka, whatever the reasons for it, I cannot allow you to influence these proceedings. You should have reported your concerns to Father Fabian instead of acting willfully as you did.
But she's bringing us nothing but trouble.
I will be the judge of her transgressions, not you. Nevertheless, I have also heard rumors of Johanka's immorality that cannot be ignored. Bring here the Sasau custodian, Sir Sebastian von Berg. Sir Sebastian, my apologies for raising the matter. I have been told that you have shared...
Monsignor, with respect, this is...
Noted. Now please answer my question.
Yes, but she's not...
Silence! So, Johanka not only incites rebellion against the...
That's not true. Johanka never should... He wouldn't leave her alone from the moment she came to Sasau. He simply took advantage of her misfortune and his own status to get her into bed.
How dare you! Silence! Henry?
Johanka regrets it. What was she to do when she was constantly pursued by a nobleman who has great...
What I did out of love for her. Johanka is no heretic, only a confused, unhappy young girl. There's no call for jumping to the conclusion of heresy. Monsignor, you must be able to...
I advise caution, sir. Would you cast doubt on the authority of the Church in this...
I will no longer tolerate this humiliation. Get out of my way!
Henry? You proved yourself a good servant of the Church when you told me of your disturb... You've been very keen to appear here in Johanka. You've said a lot about her, but please, tell me what...
Because I don't know anyone like her. She endured what would destroy most people and never gave up. She never wasted time feeling sorry for herself. Instead, she helped others, even at the cost of her own suffering. And she helped to redeem me, too. It's a pity everyone isn't like her.
It seems you speak sincerely, and you hold her in high regard. Your sincerity before God carries great weight. Thank you. That will be all, Henry.
Monsignor, please permit me to... I heard some wise words at a sermon in Skalitz, and I think I should share them. It's our Christian duty to fight against sin. But we must love the sinner. So I beg you, Monsignor.
You're right, Henry. Look, nothing remains but... Johanka of Skalitz. You've heard the accusations brought against you, and we have also... I already questioned you earlier. Johanka, do you wish...
I stand by everything I told you.
So be it. I expressly forbade you to continue preaching. You defied my instruction and...
Forgive me, Monsignor. But I could do nothing else. Our Lady asked me to do it, and I couldn't refuse her. And I did the right thing. The Virgin Mary visited me again in my cell and showed me new things. Monks and prelates who took off their robes and put on princely cloaks instead. They rejected Christ's example and hoarded wealth for themselves. They paid no heed to the people, but...
Silence! You will not speak like that. I have already heard more than enough. These proceedings are closed. You may leave. Johanka will now hear my... Johanka, are you aware you're facing very grave accusations?
Yes, Monseigneur. I am.
You stand accused of preaching from ignorance and leading the people away from the protective embrace of Holy Mother Church. If you do not recant, you will suffer grave consequences. Pride and ignorance clouded her reason. Child, it would distress me greatly to have to pronounce a verdict of condemnation. Speak then. Do you recant your sermons and swear never again to preach to the people? And are you prepared to repent?
As God is my witness, I did all this with good intentions. And
the Virgin Mary did visit me, and I would be lying before her, before God and my own conscience, if I denied it.
If you don't recant and return to the bosom of Holy Mother Church, then you have sealed your own fate. Take her. We must all be ever vigilant of Lucifer's evil designs and avoid being caught in his snares. Only Holy Mother Church can safeguard all Christian folks from the onslaught of the devil. Only Holy Mother Church cares for their souls so they may find salvation in the kingdom of heaven.
It's all true, and the will of the Blessed Virgin, her sacred will that I will never recant.
Sometimes, to save the body of the true church, it is necessary to amputate a gangrenous limb.
Full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed be the fruit of thy womb. Jesus. Holy Mary. Oh God.
Johanka of Scarlets refuses to accept the truth and recant her delusive preaching. Her tongue is an instrument of the devil. It must be plucked out and cast from the body of the heretic, along with the devil, so that her soul may be purged of evil.
Despite her suffering, Johanka remained faithful to her conviction. Brother Nicodemus tried to heal her terrible wounds, but in vain. Her cruel punishment was too much to endure. Matthias never lived to hear of Johanka's fate. Soon afterwards, he succumbed to his sickness. Although it's forbidden to bury a heretic in consecrated ground, we lay Johanka and Matthias to rest together, side by side, in a place where I hope they will finally find peace. As Brother Nicodemus said, surely God will forgive us for following our hearts.
quiet. I can't. I just can't.
Here's a document.
Show me that? That's fine.
Goodbye.
Johanka, are you alright?
Yes,
I spoke to the Inquisitor.
I know.
No, it's not.
You want to... Our Lady won't let any... I am her...
I won't stand. As I said.
If-
I went to...
Was he?
Oh, he was...
You see?
About that
Yes.
And...
I'll...
No, fine, if that's...
I...
I spoke to Ya.
And did you
I'm afraid not. She's...
Oh dear. What about her?
No.
She has... Take care now.
Matthias? You're better.
Henry?
Yes, it's me. Who else would it?
Good health.
I'm glad you're here, Henry. I feel a bit better now. I'd even like to eat something.
Johanka's...
Oh? Where is she?
How to be... Look, things got a bit complicated here. The main thing is... Johanka is in jail.
What? What happened?
The Virgin Mary is speaking to Johanka, but there is this Inquisitor who... He's putting her on trial for heresy.
Oh, God. But if Our Lady is speaking...
Well, I hope not. Trouble is, Johanka is very obstinate, and she's likely to say things in court that... Listen, Matthias, I need you to go with me and talk to her. Maybe together we could...
I wish I could. I'm sorry, Henry. You know what? Tell her I'm feeling better, and I agree with it. It'll almost be like I was there with you.
All right. Thanks, Matthias.
Henry, please.
I'll do my best.
See you later.
About that trial.
Yes.
I spoke to Matthias.
What? But he's lying in a...
No, he's much better. He asked about you.
Oh, you see? Our Lady...
But doesn't it mean that you've already done your part?
Well,
What would be the point of it all if the Inquisitor were to have you imprisoned now? Or even worse?
It's a message. A final test. I mustn't fail now.
But you already passed the Virgin Mary's message on. Many people heard it, and many of them have amended their ways. You certainly haven't failed. Look, Matthias gave me this for you, and he asked me to tell you to look out for yourself.
Thank you, Henry.
What did Bishop...
All sorts of things. Like, actually, but...
I'd say he was...
No.
Good men, good wives, come have a look. Don't be shy. You'll never see such fine milk.
Cabbage! Get it before it goes brown.
Johanka? I think I'm better. Johanka, where are you?
God be with you.
I spoke again to Johann.
That's nice. But will she speak
I don't know. She didn't want to talk.
I have a bad... But I think we've done all we can. May the Lord watch over you.
Monsignor...
Very good. Please.
Well, the parish priest in... Not that he's a... It's just that he... And,
Thank you for
some women in Uji. Old Gertrude. She lives in the woods by Ledechko.
This will have to be dealt with. Thank you for telling me. Once I've finished with Johanka's case, I'll consider what's to be done about this.
A demon's skull was found on the church building site.
Yes. I heard something about it. A disturbing report. Tell me what you know about it.
It was a deception, sir. Someone made it with evil intentions, to frighten people. I found the skull and brought it to the local knacker. He confirmed it was a human skull with animal horns stuck on.
You did the right thing, Henry, in uncovering the deception and in telling me about it.
There are interesting things going on inside the monastery.
In the monastery?
The monks in the monastery...
But how do you... How does a...
I caught wind of it. I heard it from a...
I see.
Siskin.
There is a novice. I shall have to speak. Thank you for bringing...
That's all.
All right, Henry.
But what's so bad about what Johanka has been saying?
Look here. It's simply unacceptable that anyone... God gave us his teaching, but understanding those teachings is no simple matter. What Johanka...
But Johanka hasn't done anything...
Perhaps. Think of it like this. You know which is... Would you show them the right...
I'd lead them along the right...
Of course. And sure, and it is our duty...
But that's just...
And what makes you...
The Virgin...
We only have her...
But how? I think...
Good.
I'm ready, Mon...
Excellent. We may commence...
Yes.
Good.
Yes, sir.
One more... I will... You...
Of course.
Goodbye. I, Bishop, and I have found that Father Fabian.
Johanka, it is an...
And pride.
I did... What's more, I believe either.
If I may, Monsignor.
Is that so?
It couldn't be the devil. Johanka sent the evil one would hard... Monsignor...
I'm a little surprised, especially you.
For this...
Even if it would...
Monsignor, he That's... Thank you.
Let's proceed.
Yes.
Certainly. It was only at your request that Johanka, against all accepted custom, was allowed inside the monastery walls. Fabian.
Not much, although...
So, thank you.
I'm glad to have...
I thank... Bailiff, has there been any suspicious activity here recently?
Well, there have been cumins on the rampage, and all...
And what of...
No.
Well... Yes, Monsignor. Heard... It wasn't quite...
Quiet! Adela, you're living with...
Well, they believe... No, the thing... Yeah.
Katra, you are a respected...
Forgive me.
I have... Bring here... Sir Sebastian, my apology. I have been...
Monsignor, with respect...
Noted. Now please answer...
Yes.
So...
That's... He wouldn't leave...
How dare you? Silence! Henry?
Johanka... What was she to...
Henry? You proved yourself a good servant of the church when you told me of your You've been very keen to appear here. You said a lot about her.
Because I should never wait and... It's...
You're...
Monsignor, I heard some wise... It's... So...
Johanka of Scarlet, I already... Johanka...
I stand by everything I told.
So be it. I expressly forbade you...
Forgive me, Monsignor. She did visit me. But now I admit that I might have been wrong.
I don't understand these learned matters.
I regret that I didn't go first to Father Fabian, and I want to apologize here. I didn't intend to do anything like that.
I'm pleased that you've seen These proceedings are closed. Johanka will now hear my verdict.
Johanka, are you aware you're facing very grave accusations?
Yes, Monseigneur. I am.
You stand accused of preaching from ignorance and leading the people away from the protective embrace of Holy Mother Church. If you do not recant, you will suffer grave consequences.
Pride and ignorance clouded her reason.
Child, it would distress me greatly to have to pronounce a verdict of condemnation. Speak then. Do you recant your sermons and swear never again to preach to the people? And are you prepared to repent?
As God is my witness, I did all this with good intentions. And I sincerely repent of my sins of conceit. I confess that I was led by my pride to believe the Virgin Mary chose me to put the world to rights. And I set myself above the learned prelates of the Church and the divine right of nobility. I repent my sins of pride and ask forgiveness. I will do as you command, Father.
Johanka has confessed her guilt, and from this day forward shall be a good and humble Christian again. She shall no longer indulge in philosophizing, and shall, in her penitent's robe, go every day to pray at the Church of St. Martin. Therefore, I ask you to welcome Johanka back into your midst and hold no grudge against her. If the Virgin Mary should happen to visit you again, tell Father Fabian and he will send for me. All right?
Yes, Signor.
Very good.
Johanka was cleared of all charges of heresy, and the Inquisitor, his job done and his verdict pronounced, left Dachau for good. Matthias recovered from his illness, and he and Johanka finally met again. It was a happy sight to see them both alive and well after their trials. Who knows what awaits them now? Or all of us, for that matter.
Hey! Who's there?
Welcome, Henry.
Johanka?
Henry, I'm still muddled from all that happened, but I want to thank you for standing by me.
You don't have to thank me.
I'm still grateful.
God be with you.
God be with you, Henry.
And how is Matthias?
Good. How we're doing.
And what?
No. Whatever anyone says, she did appear to me before. Just between the two of us. Perhaps I was too hasty and committed the sin of pride, and after all,
I also think you spoke well, and I believe Our Lady did appear to you.
Thank you. Let's talk no more about it. Only Our Lady. In church, I always prayed to her for forgiveness.
How's it going?
Good. Actually, I go to St. Martin's Church often, and Father Fabian is strict with me. But he explains many things, and he tests me to see if I understand correctly. Then he always leaves me alone to pray and do penance.
What will you do?
I have to stay in Sasau for some time, but the abbot wants me to leave the monastery as soon. And then I'll have to talk to Matthias about it, but I don't want...
There's one thing...
He spoke about God and the Blessed Virgin, but I probably shouldn't say anything. But I think, in the end...
What, the Inquisitor?
Shh! I never said a word, all right? Now...
Goodbye.
things. Good night.
What's the matter?
It's the tourney. It always upsets me.
Why would the tourney upset you?
It brings back sad memories about my son Svartalfur. God rest him. He always loved sword fighting. Even when he was just a lad, he used to duel. And for years he saved every groschen he got so as he could buy a real weapon. So when he heard Sir Hanush was holding tourneys for common folk...
So what happened to him then?
Well, this fella by the name of Peter enrolled. He beat all comers. No man could match him. Only Svartalfur was... He even started going to Captain Bernard for lessons. And in the last tourney, Only he never came home that day. I figured he was having a drink in Rattay to celebrate his victory. But he didn't even turn up in the morning, and I started getting worried. I was just on my way to look for him when some merchants came by. They found my boy by the road just past Rattay. He was still alive, but he was burning up and shaking like a leaf. I sent for the sawbones right away. But before the day was out, I had to send for the priest.
Do you think it was this Black Pete?
It was the first thing crossed my mind. Aye.
Do you know anything about this?
Oh, not much. I asked around, but nobody knew nothing much about him. Except he was a stuck-up bastard.
Did Svartalfur have any...
Only a couple of scratches and bruises. Not even the sawbones could figure out what...
I think I can tell you what happened.
Really?
The fact that he died just after beating Black Peter and winning the tourney was no coincidence.
So it was...
Yes. Black Peter lay in wait and ambushed... The thing is, he had some kind of poison on his weapon, so I reckon he might...
Merciful God! I knew it! But he...
He was no match for me. I sent him straight to hell.
Thank you. Here, take this. Take care.
here,
Jesus Christ!
Bring it on. Get up. Please. I yield.
You're gonna cry now.
Don't bitchy.
You're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Fuckers.
Hey, Henry's come to...
Okay. God be with you, Henry. Congratulations on...
Father, can I ask you about something?
Of course, Henry.
I thought since we drove Toth out of the province, things would be better. I mean that the roads would be safer and so on, and, well, that's not entirely...
Ah, the naivety of youth. Driving him out of the province was only the start. What's more, as long as there's a war...
Well, what can we do about it?
Not an awful lot. My garrison is a shamble these days. I lost most of my men in Skalitz, and what I'm left with after Pribyslavitz is hardly enough even to... let alone guarding the roads and patrolling the rest of the province. I simply don't have the men.
Uh-huh.
That is, I didn't have the men. As it happens, you've come at just the right time. Recently, I asked an old acquaintance for help. Sir Kuno of Rickwald and his mercenary band. The men who...
Well, excuse me for being so bold, but there's plenty of mercenaries around. Surely you can find a more... respectable band?
You have a point, lad, but I'd like to tell you I talked to Kuno because I trust him. You see, Kuno owes me a favor, so he'll serve me free.
So, you want me to join them?
Yes, but that's not all. I told Kuno I'd send him a guide. But really what I need is for someone to keep a close eye on him and his men. Someone reliable. And I'd say you fit the part. Go and report to him at his encampment. You'll ride with his band on patrols and make sure that...
All right.
Excellent. He set up camp between Ratai and Ledech. Good luck, Henry.
I will, sir.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bread! Bread! Rolls and pretzels!
Come right up. No need to be shy.
Have pity on me, a poor wretch. Sigismund and his murderers took everything I had. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good health to you.
I've got some goods.
All right. Good luck then.
I've got some. I know this is your favorite.
It is indeed.
Hey, lad. Don't you
I've
want
got
a little wager
All
on a
right,
rattade
I can have.
tourney?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be with you. I'm looking for Sakuno. Sakuno? Baron Rickvold. Isn't this his camp?
You won't get nothing out of him. You must be Radzig's man. I heard he was supposed to send someone.
Yes, Sir Radzig sent me as a guide. I'm Henry.
I'm Jakey. And this here fella, we call the Stone.
I can see why. What's up with him? Cat got his tongue?
No, more like the dog got it. The executioner's dog. When the executioner ripped it out of him. Anyway, you better come along with me. I'll introduce you to the other fellas. And the chief. These here are the Bearman brothers, Petter and Jan. They're a barrel of laughs, except when they're too drunk to string two words together. Like now. Don't get on the wrong side of them, though. When their blood is up, well, it ain't a pretty sight.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, I'm sure.
Never mind the fancy poses, Stefan. You're trying to kill the fucker, not teach him how to dance. And you, Dangler, stand your ground. Don't let him lead you round by the nose.
Sir? Well, sir, this is Henry. From Lord Kobler.
Ah, it's about time Radzig got round to this. We need someone who knows their way around these parts. Leave off with the bowing and curtsying. We don't hold with that tomfoolery here. Jakey! Where the hell are you sneaking off to? Go to the farm and get water. The lads are thirsty.
But I went last time.
And you'll go next time, you ungrateful pup. Get your ass moving. Snot-nosed brat. You pull them out of a pile of shit, and they thank you with back talk. Where were we? Oh yeah. We need a guide who knows these parts. So I hope I can rely on you, Herman.
It's Henry.
Right. Well, as I said to Radzig, I don't want to carry any dead weight. We could find ourselves in some very tight situations where every sword counts.
I know how to handle a sword, all right?
I've heard a lot of fellas say that. They still ended up on the wrong end of one. We'll find out. Stefan, take a break. Dangler, let's find out what Harold here can do.
Sure. No problem, Chief.
You didn't fare badly at all, I must say. You can ride with us.
All right, good. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Sir Kuno, can you tell...
Drop the sir. That title brought me nothing but...
What about your debt to Sir...
A twist of fate, lad. I was fighting in the hostilities between the House of Schallenberg and the town of Colleen. In the end, the two sides negotiated a truce, and I rode to Colleen with the delegation that was to parley there. I could tell at first sight he was a man after my own heart. A likeable rogue. We spent the whole night drinking together and talking, and in the morning we set off together with sore heads. But only once we reached the city gates, they arrested me on the spot. Seems the burghers had it in for me. On the other hand, I was a member of the peace delegation, so by rights, they shouldn't have even looked at me sideways. Colleen is a royal city, so he was there to represent the king's interests.
I see. So he was on the other side?
That's right. Anyway, they threw me in a dungeon, and a few days later word reached me that the Schallenbergs had reached an agreement with the burghers. And I'd surely have ended my days swinging from the town battlements if it hadn't been for Radzig. He liked me, and he could see it was a dirty trick, so he somehow squared things with the city council.
Lucky for you.
Indeed. I owe my life to Radzig, and I'll never forget it. He's asked me twice before for help. This is the third time, and how could I refuse him?
I'd like to ask about your...
Ask away.
What about the fellow they...
I've never ridden with a better man, I can tell you. He doesn't say a lot.
So he scouts for you?
Not just that. It's happened more than once. I was closing a deal with someone, and nearly every time he was right, and the fellow tried to stab me in the back afterwards.
What about that dumb one? How did he end up with you?
The stone? Oh, he just kind of...
Just like that?
Aye, just like that. We were riding from Olomouc to a castle past Kladsko, when we ran into him and some other wayfarers. You know how it goes. We made acquaintance with them, had a drink or two. Then we travelled...
I'm not sure I'd be thinking that if I ran into you lot on the road.
We might have done some things I ain't proud of. But wayfarers are sacred even for me. Anyway, our fellow travellers dropped off along the way. Except for the stone. He stuck with us the whole way. The fellas kept asking him what he was after. But of course he never said a word. When we were approaching Barsdorf, I ordered the men to get rid of him. I had some business at the castle, and I didn't want any strangers sticking their noses in. Stefan tried to tell him nicely, but he just sat there, staring like he was turned to... Then the Bearman brothers tried to get him off his horse. He booted Jan in the face and knocked him out cold. Then he jumped down, and... A man who can do that is a man you want...
Weren't you worried about having a stranger in your band?
No, I figured if he can't talk, he can't tell.
What can you tell me about Stefan?
Fletching. For one thing...
How did he come to join your band?
Well, let's just say he was in the right place at the right...
What exactly happened?
Sorry, I'd love to tell you the whole story, but I'd be...
Oh, now you've got me curious.
Sure, why not?
What about Jakey?
Jakey? That boy will be the death of me. You've got to be tough on him, or he's good for nothing. But I'm fond of him.
Like a son?
I wouldn't go that far. But I've no family of my own. And...
Well, you're pretty hard on him, though. And the others keep him on his toes.
The boy needs a firm hand. I was like him once, and I got the same too. If we let him be...
True. Those Bearman brothers are...
Indeed they are. There's no more mercy in them than in... well, a bear. If I told them to skewer you on the...
Jesus.
Oh, aye. They'd argue first about which one of them got to do the job. Real soldiers. The pair. As long as they don't get too drunk. Then there's no keeping them under.
Should we ride out?
No point in going out now. It'll soon be dark.
All right.
You can sleep here in the camp if you want. There's room enough.
Look, the girl's not the brightest, but she's got a kind soul. She'll do anything to please.
Henry, I want to have a word with you.
Sorry, neighbour of Willie, married the widow.
Henry!
Bradsig's man!
What is it, Jakey?
The stone wants to talk with you, if you can call it that. Probably about that ring.
What ring?
Ah, no one told you about it. The fellas call it the Ring of Bacchus. It's a kind of game we play. Kuno gave us this ring. It's just a worthless bauble. But when we're at the tavern, Kuno pays everything for the man who has the ring. So we steal the ring from each other and try to trick each other. Well, actually, just the others. They won't let me play. Kuno says I'm too...
That sounds like a lot of fun. But I don't...
He probably wants you to steal it from someone. Since you're new...
All right. Jakey sent me to you.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you want me to get it from someone?
Mm-hmm.
Who has it? I didn't quite...
Mm-mm.
You mean
Mm-mm.
Peter Behrman?
Mm-mm.
Jan Behrman?
Mm-mm.
Does Dangler have it?
Mm.
All right. How should I get... I got the ring from Dangler.
Hmm.
Yeah, well,
Mm-mm.
yeah, thanks to you. Want to try your luck?
Why, oh why did I ever agree to this? I'll lose my shirt again! This'll be the one. Oh, no!
I can't fool you with, though.
I don't believe it. We'll see. This'll be the one. Cursed luck!
It's really going my way today.
Shit!
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
God preserve.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Stop right there. I have to search you.
What?
Such are my orders.
That's all well and good, but don't bother me with it.
I'm sorry.
came from over here.
What are you doing?
Aren't you meant to be in the monastery?
Aren't you?
A monk's got no business out here. What happened to your vows?
Don't move a...
Who's there?
I've got you, you... This definite... If that's how you...
Oh well, what can
All right.
A monk's got no...
Monk's got no business out here. You're playing truant. What happened to your vows? What are you doing? You're playing truant from the monastery, aren't you?
Yeah.